Alright, I might have to move the mic away and cough again. I don't know, my voice is tickling me. What up, everybody? We're back playing some Satisfactory. What up, Fade? How's it going? Painless. Painless cupcake. That's a thing I remember. It was a Source video, if I remember right. A video they made in Source, I guess I should say. Ugh. Now there's a cold going through my house right now. People are getting it. I don't know if I've gotten it yet. I'm trying to avoid it. So here's to hoping that I haven't gotten anything. I'm trying to avoid it. Look at my nice, all the way up here overlook that I can see, like, everything. Well, not quite everything. We can't see all the water, but, details. So, today, I have the hope of finishing that business. We have some of our SAM in place, ready to go. And one of the cool things you can do with these... hold on. So this is our first bout of cheating. Dang, how far is that going to let me go? It let me go pretty far. So let's talk about, the SAM. This is our first bout of having to deal with the mod that lets us cheat some units or some resources into the Vigi game, right? Oh, also, there was some work that needed to be done with the nuclear power plant over there. There was some silica just not, like, balancing right in the system. And so either it got stopped here, like not enough silica was going into this system, or not enough silica was going into that system over there. So I went and got more, and just some more quartz stuff. I brought it over here, and just flooded the system and said, like, here, throw this into the bouncer, mix it in, it'll work great. And so far, it's working fantastically. So, that's fixed. I fixed it. But here's what we're doing, right? This is the first bout of having to say, hey, we need to mod in some materials. And so I have. And look at how uniform I was able to get it. So the way I could do this, I found out, is you can... Let me just... hold on. Game? What's going... Okay, there you go. So if I were to go, like, right here, I could be like, okay, I want it to be right there, and then I could hold that, and I could go down one. And it goes into the concrete, right? By putting it into the concrete... I need to sneeze. By going into the concrete, what we were able to do is just place these nice and flush and flat-like on the platform. And now they just look like machines doing something. And this is the first, I believe this is only half. No, not even half. Oh, how many did I need? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, not quite half. So we need like 12 more of these things like this somewhere. And I haven't decided where yet. But my goal now is to finish this system, which we put in place. Right? Why is that connected all the way over there? Why not just connecting to that thing? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I do that? Weird. Anyway. So this is the first setup of systems. These are the 4 systems that we need that's going to be making these things that are going to be making... You know what? Let's just pull up the what's it. Boop. There we go. So this is the first 4 of these. Zoom in a little bit more. Whoop. There we go. That's going to be making the dark matter crystals. That's going to be making the singularity cells. So we have this ready, we have this ready, and we have these ready. We're going to be making singularity cells. Those singularity cells need to make these things, go into these things to make Fixonium. Now, here's the fun part. So, 4 more of these basic systems need to be made in order to make the dark matter residue for this system. And then, these systems, which are identical, are going to be provided their dark matter residue from these 4 systems. Now, these 4 systems are going to be very, very complex and involve this whole kerfuffle right here. So, each one of those things is going to need one of these in order to make it work. And that is going to take some allotment of time. Like, this isn't all of these. This is one of these. This is all of these. But, all of this is just to make one of these right now. And so I need to sit there and figure all that crap out. And I'm gonna make a big chart for like all of this stuff to make sure that we're like, okay, well, how much of this do we need, right? So we need 1, 2, 3 rows, 12 rows of refineries, using Caterium, doing stuff like that, and we'll get the Caterium as well. Everything's gonna be fine. This is cheating into we're making more Fixonium than the game actually probably intends me to ever be able to make, right? That's kind of the goal. This is the Fixonium fuel rods. So, everything else is kind of accounted for. What up, Fade? How's it going? But that's what this is going to be doing. So, I do need to go get more iron. But that's actually really fine, because we only need, 1,600, whatever. Good. I'm done unpacking. So you're unpacked, but is everything put away? Or is everything, or does that count as unpacking? House is kind of empty. Gotta get furniture. Yeah, that's the unpack. Okay, so, everything is put into its proper place as of right now. But now you get to do the fun part of furnishing. Of actually being like, well, now I gotta shop for a couch. Well, what kind of couch do I want to have? And then you get to do that bit. Then you get to figure out that kind of stuff. Or, does a lamp go in this room? Or should it not go in this room? Stuff like that. What on earth is this? Is this such a weird clock speed? Oh, weird. Anyway. But now you're all settled. And it sounds wonderful. It sounds nice. To be able to do that. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Okay. System. So we're going to need to build this 4 times. This needs to be built 4 times in order to make what we're wanting to make. And I haven't figured out where I'm going to put that. But my goal today is to get this done. This chunk right here. Right? If I can get that bit done, then we're golden. Boop. And that is all along here for some of it. We need 4 more for others. I'm gonna get rid of this real fast. I think, oop. Dance time. Yeah. What up, Soka? How's it going? How are you? How is you going? Where's my nuclear? I think that's right. 1. Two. Waiting. I'm going. I feel that. I feel that. It has very much been one of those Wednesdays for me today. Like I woke up just kind of like... You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. You get up in the morning and you're just like, you know, I don't want. And it's not a fun feeling either. It makes me feel... How many is that? That's 3, so only one more of these. It makes me feel lazy when I struggle not to be. But I am getting some writing done, and which is good. Luckily, I don't have a lot left to do from my last writing session, whatever we want to call it, right? Most of it is just getting cut. Because there was a big chunk of our D&D campaign with... So, okay, for everyone who's, like, played some D&D, like, extensively, you know how you run into those sections where the DM is like, you guys haven't fought anything for a minute. Here's just a basic encounter just to keep things a little bit alive. You know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those kind of happened, and it took a good chunk of time. But most of us were just like, I mean, yeah, it was like a very inconsequential thing. It does nothing for the main story arc, and so it's all getting cut in favor of something else. In favor of focusing on other things, which are going to be like, oh yeah, let's do, you know, let's worry about these conversations and these things happening, because these are more important to the characters and to the thing going on than the other crap. So, I get to do that. So I don't have a ton left to keep going on. We're just waiting on the SAM fluctuators to be done. Boop, there it is. Bam. Alright, now these are done. And now I need to remember how I was doing this bit over here for these 4. Oh, and I guess I can wire these up together. That way they have something to actually do. Alright. So, over here we have our fancy belts full of SAM. Lots and lots of SAM. In order to make this happen. I believe it's even more SAM than is actually needed. Let me look at the thing. It is. So, what I'm going to do is come over here to our little cheat system and adjust these to be, whoops, to be that. So that way, everything can work at an actual, like, 100%, you know, efficiency. I don't want it to be, you know, clogged up, because then these things keep, like, jumping up and down with the power needs and the whatnot. So everything should just be going right into these things. These things go right into this thing. This thing goes right into this thing. That's kind of my goal. And if I'm remembering right, this is for diamond, right? Yep. Because we're using just the base recipe for that. Now, is this better? It is. It's way more efficient, but what would I need? If I wanted to do that, what would I need for... to make some time crystals? Because time crystals is a whole deal, is it not? Time crystals, I thought, was like more annoying. No way it's made in just one of these. No way. Where the hell? It's not made one of these, is it? No? No? Did I just, like, did I scan over it? Did I miss it? Where the hell? Where are time crystals? Oh, is it a converter? I think it's a converter. It's a converter. Okay, so I see. So that would make 1 to 2.5. So it is technically a better ratio, but it is going to mean I would need double the amount of diamonds. And I don't really want to do that. We went and got all the diamonds we needed already, and they're all the way the fetch over here. Like, we already went and got all of the diamonds that we need. We did the diamonds with the refinery one. So, I think we're making, let me remember, it's in the chart here somewhere. Yeah, 400 diamonds. 400 diamonds per minute to go into these things to make these things. Why does that say 6? Why does that say 6 and my plan says 8? Oh, that's why. That's why it says 6 instead of 8. Or 8 instead of 6. Because I need to make sure that the dark matter residue actually flows properly. Right. That makes more sense. Okay. So, this plan still works because now we have an abundance of SAM where we don't have an abundance of diamonds. So it's fine. So we'll do it that way. I need to connect this into the power grid. Just so that way I can have a little bit of power over here to fly about. So how was I doing this? I was building like that. But like further over, huh? Oh, also, I need to, like, put it in the right direction. And it lines up kind of like that, by the looks of things. Just over the square. Just over the square. Yep, alright, so it looks kind of like that. So it's gotta come down. And it goes like that. And swoop. Then I need another set on the other side. So let's see. Yeah, just basically right on top. And these outputs are going to go over here, I believe. So these outputs go to like, am I gonna do it right here, or do I want to do it like right here? How do I want to do that? I could do it a couple ways. I could do it like in a little row right here of man stacks. I don't know. We'll finish getting this hooked up first. Which, let's see. So we have a... Okay. Like that. 1, 2. 1, 2. And this follows this line. This is our diamonds. It's like, what is not lining up properly? And I found what was not lining up properly. There we go. So those go like that. And then we'll connect it over to that one. Why did I not do that over here? Seems very weird that I would not save space. But, okay. Well, easy enough to sort out. There's that stuff. Okay, now that's all connected for diamond. When that happens, I'm gonna have to go connect that here in a little bit, whatever. Pipe is going to be fun to deal with. I gotta remember how I was doing that. I think the swoop looks kind of cool. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold the phone. not lined up like the other one. This isn't lined up like this one. Now the real question is, I could augment this one to be more like these ones. And I think that's the better play, if I'm being honest. I think that's just the better way to go about it. Oh, did I just not get rid of that one? Hold on. Go like that. Yeah. Nope, I should probably build the next one. That connects there, this connects there, this goes there. There we go. And now, actually... Ooh, hold on. Or did I do a lot of that stuff for a reason? That looks better, actually. That looks better than what I had before. That looks much, much better. What was it, 4? I think I did. Yeah. Yeah, that looks way cleaner. And we can do like that. Yeah, I like that. I like the little S mark. And it lines up with the belt. Okay, okay, that looks much better. Much, much easier. Much cleaner. We're gonna do it like this. Follows that line. Okay, one second. Follows this line. And we use this to power. The machine. Oh, right. That one's already a 3. That one needs to be a 3. That one needs to be that. Wait, actually, this one doesn't need to be that, but whatever. Whatever. It is now. I want to make sure that I connect it to the same system that it is supposedly interacting with. So we'll do like this. There we go. Now these have some power. Now we can finish getting 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Oops. One, two, three, four. Four, and last one. Bam. Okay. And then we'll just do our connection. Nope, not that one. There you go. Then what I'll have to do is I'll probably have to go get the diamonds adjusted for over here. Be over here. Then we can connect up the SAM. There's no reason that these can't start working and doing stuff. So, oh wait, where's my... What was I going to do for the output? Was I going to do anything special for the output? I completely ignored doing anything with the output. Okay, hold on. Output is going to be very, very important for when I decide where this stuff is going. Because that's 400 in total, so we could put everything into one system. So, output is going to be very determinant on where we are putting the next things. Right? So, because the next things are going to be the singularity cells. Now, singularity cells are going to be going into more particle accelerators. So where the particle accelerator is going to go? I'm thinking the particle accelerators go, you know, maybe like right here or something. You know what we could do? Hold on. We could go over here. We could bring the crystals this way. Put the man stacks right here. Put the particle accelerators right here. Because they would fit. They would fit fine. They would even fit this way if I wanted to do it that way with like inputs, outputs, everything. But we would probably do it like this and have an output going that way. Ooh, okay. I like that plan. I like that plan. Get rid of the bright toxic green belts. Now that would mean having to change one thing, though. It means we're going to have to change the direction of the output. I'm going to have to change the direction of this entire output line, which is not very difficult, actually. Would be very, very, very simple. Just means turning all of these things around. Which, again, not crazy to do. Means I've got a lot of nuclear pasta in my pocket, though. So, we can put our man stacks right here. So we can bring those right along here to go into the system. Yeah, I bet that would work real easy and well. Well, let me get the mergers fixed up to go that direction then. Because, oop, did I miss one? I must have missed one. Did this one just never have an output that was connected to? Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Okay. So we're going this way. And how am I gonna line up the man stacks over here? That's a big question. How many man stacks do I need, actually? That's an even bigger question. I need five man stacks? Okay, we got plenty of room over there for it, yeah. That will work just fine, in fact. It almost didn't click. The autosave scared me. So, yeah, if I only need 5 man stacks, like, we'll put them right here and we'll just have the input going from this direction that way. We'll adjust a thing in a blueprint for that. Let me belt this together real fast. Then I'll try to replicate this, you know, baby blue color. Stop it. There. Plug it all in. Whoops. Yeah, this one was like just never hooked up, apparently. That's crazy to think about. But, you know, it is what it is, I suppose. Let me get the belts done first, and then we will worry about the mergers. Whoop, whoop. Just a couple more. A few more, actually, but that's fine. Whoop, there we go. Now we'll do it with these ones. And that should just fix all of my whatever problems there. Now, I am gonna have a pocket full of nuclear pasta, and that's weird, but it's also fine. Also means that system powers up and starts doing its jam for a little bit. It's about the question, like, why is this taking forever to load up there? I don't know, it should work fine, in theory. Oh well. Anyway. Okay. I guess I could have left my blueprint thing right there, but that's fine. we will go over here and make my blueprint thingy. We're surrounded by stuff, so I'm constantly, you know, surrounded by power we can make work like this. Let's build... Oh, up. Let's see, okay. Let's find our... Where's my... There he is. It's not even close to center. Okay, and this is going to be for singularity cells. Now, singularity cells are that, and how many? We are overclocking this to 200%. Okay, so 200%. There we go. So that's a rate of 20 per minute from each of these things. These things will be just fine. It does take 4 things. So those 4 things we're gonna make. We're gonna do this for the singularity cell outputs. We're gonna do... How do I want to do this? This will be... I need a good color for... Well, hold on. Let me go... Since we have the swatch, or the color set up for finishing this system, let me go paint these things real fast. Otherwise, I'm gonna, you know, hate everything. I'm gonna hate having to try and fix it later. So I'm never gonna get the same color twice. That's fine. So let's loop on over here and make, well, now, Now these are outputting dark matter crystals. Now dark matter crystals are kind of purpley, but they're not, you know, crazy purpley, and it's, oh, this is one of those numbers. So I need a rate of 100 in each of these, huh? Which is... Whoa, now, hold on. Oh no, I need a rate of 50. Oh, I was like, wait, what? Yes, see, they're kind of purpley, but they're almost more of a dark purple. They're not the same kind of purpley as this is. But these pipes definitely need to be purpley. There we go. So these need to be purpley, but like more that, you know, hot pink sort of looking color because of what they're outputting. But these need to be kind of a darker. So let's a more royal looking purple, you know what I mean? Ooh, maybe like a... Yeah. Whoops. There we go. A little bit more of the darker purple. Just to, you know, really make it pop. So there we go. Okay, we got that done. And this is diamonds. Diamonds can stay that color. That's fine. Now I can go back to my blueprint. Let's talk singularity cells. So we have a bit here that's going to be kind of this color. I think this will go in second. We'll make the nuclear pasta the first one. Is that going to be getting enough? Like, are you getting it fast enough to not go down? I can't tell. Seems that you would be. It seems that it is, so I'm just gonna assume that it is. There are things I can do to make this system, like, you know, more efficient here for the time being if we really, really, really wanted to. Like, I could just add a sink. And just say, send the nuclear pasta for a minute. Though I also don't want to do that, because I do want, well, I'm going to have time once the other stuff is kicking to flood the system. But this will help us actually gauge whether or not these systems are working at a good efficiency rating, which they should be. So we will monitor that for a second. After I finish shoving all these things in there. All my leftovers, there you go. Okay. So now we can monitor these things and make certain that this number go up. But we'll deal with that in a little bit. So, back to this thing. So we're going to have nuclear pasta go on the very bottom. It's very easy, because I believe that was this one. Fantastic. Then we're going to have the crystals going next. These ones. Now I want to go get the output set up real fast over here. Man, I'm just going back and forth. All right, I want to get the output system set up real fast, like over here, so that way I don't have to change my swatch again. I don't have to change the color every single flipping time. I could save those as presets. I'm lazy. I don't want to. I'm lazy and I don't want to. So what we'll do is we'll have a single merge of everything. Right there. We'll have an output and we'll go that way and everything will be fine. Oop, there we go. Then we'll do some more. Come on, up. There you go. Come on, just go up a little bit. It's fine. Way too far. Connect these up. This will be our dark matter crystals. See, the reason that the other alternate recipe for this is probably really, really good is because they don't have as much SAM in the world until they're like, look, this dark matter residue is precious, right? It's precious to them. They need to make certain that they're not burning all of their resources on just a couple things. So they need to optimize how SAM gets used. I don't. Because I've already used all of the goddamn oil in the goddamn world, practically. Not all of it, but you get my point. And so, I'm being careful about that. Yep, there's that. Okay. There's those done. Followed by these. There we go. I gotta say, the G key has made my life so much better when it comes to fixing up this crap. Like, coloring everything and making sure it's all color-coded properly, as it should be. Life has been made easier. These look very colorful. Alright, anyway. So, the chromatic crystals will go in second, and then I believe it's just, I can't remember, is it plastic and metal? No, it's concrete and metal. Concrete and metal. Right. Concrete and plates. Right. Okay. Let me finish. Did I get this one? Yes, well, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Who knows? The world may never know. We'll do... Doesn't really matter. Do concrete is last. Do concrete last. And then we'll do our iron plates. And our outputs are the big shiny what's it? There we go. There we go. Okay. So there's that done. So now I just need to build 5 of these right over there. Oh, we do need to name it, don't I? Hold on one second. We'll... Nuke Singularity. Nuke Nuke Singularity. There we go. Okay, select our icon. Part. I'm not going to miss it this time. I'm not going to accidentally skip over it. Where the hell is it? There it is. Bam. Nailed it. And I want it to be kind of a little color like that for our blueprint page. Save. Clear. Steal that. Okay. So now that we have the blueprint done, what we would do is we would bring... I could fit them all, like, right here, in fact, couldn't I? Ooh. You just do it like this. Squeak! What up, Shiny Gecko? How's it going? Life moves on. Does it, though? Does it really? I struggle when it does. Or when it doesn't, I guess I should say. Whoop. Alright, so let's... If I were to do it like this, can I fit... I bet I can fit 5. 2... 3... 4 and 5. Hot damn. I have finished the Lego flower kit number 2. Yes. I hope it's been fun. Man. Lego, as I get older, and I'm like, man, I just want the, you know, the ease of being able to do some of this stuff, or like weird little hobbies where I get to just build stuff. Lego is such a good one, but it's so goddamn expensive. Alright, and then the output goes that way. Oh, perfect. perfect. I do need the output to go that way because I'm thinking we put the particle accelerators right here, which are, how many do I need? 8? No, that's the wrong thing entirely. What do these things need? Oh. Oh, wait a second. I can't build those right. Well, can I build those right there? Now waiting on the Amazon to deliver the Lego vase. A vase made of bricks. Oh. Lego flower kits are as expensive as real flowers. Yeah. But then again, no one's giving me a real flower either, so, you know. No one's ever given me any flowers. At least not that I'm aware of. Okay, here's the problem. Here's the main crux of a problem. I would love to put them right here to save some space, because we're going to be using a lot of space elsewhere later, right? It needs the 20 of this to come through here. Now, the plutonium waste, that's fine. I already know where that's coming from. It's coming from over there. That's very easy to get over to here. Very, very easy. But this means a lot of pipe work from over there, underneath all this, to get to here. Now, I can do that, and I think that's the play. So, what I might do... No, I can just loop this around. That'll be fine. That would be fine. I can just loop that. Not care. Let's start by connecting this stuff up first. Connect all this bits up. Go. So once that's all connected up, then we can connect this bit up. Let's do that real quick. Now I'm pretty certain I could even do the belts there if I wanted to, because go. These are all like kept colors. Let's do it just for the giggles. And the next one was, I believe it was the unpainted. There we go. So we can even paint the belts to make sure that the belts don't get all kinds of wonkied up. Fantastic. Then do like that. And then we will bring this back around. As efficient as it might be, like I don't really care. It might be inefficient to wrap it back around, but that's fine because we'll get to see it kind of moving and doing stuff, which I think is more cool. So if I were to do like, it's not gonna fit perfectly, but. And then I need how many of these again? Many? If I were to go right here and do 8, it's 8, right? Yeah. Two. Don't fall. Ow. Seriously, how do I not have power right here? That's 4. Five. Six. It should be 6. Yep. And 2 more. We got plenty of room. Fan-flippin-tastic. I guess I'll wait on that. Oh, because we need all the space I can actually start to manage to get out of this space over here. Like, this little chunk of space is going to be used for a lot of stuff. I might even have to build a little bit more right there as well. A little bit more platform. I say all this, but the reality is I could probably fit one of those 4 systems pretty compactly if I make it all one cohesive system, right? Let's see, how many did I build? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this would be 7. Alright, that's fine. I might have to just go steal some quick wire. Let's go steal some quick wire real fast, shall I? And let's check on these things. How are you? How efficient are you running? 100% efficiency? Hot damn. The ones that I worry about the most are the ones all the way over here at the end because of the copper powder inputs. But everything seems to be working and grooving the way that it's designed to, so I'm pretty happy about it. 99% efficiency, hell yeah. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay. Wait, what was I coming over here for? Oh yeah, quick wire. We're stealing quick wire. I'm gonna steal some quick wire real fast. Do I even have any quick wire to steal? Yes. Kind of. I don't understand, but okay, whatever. I mean, those seem to be moving and doing what they're supposed to, so whatever. Whatever. And then these are making our fixonium, which is going to be yellow. A very, very bright yellow. As bright as I can make it for a building, that is. Get our 2 of these down. And I am going to have to do some, like, pipe work underneath here to make this work. Which is fine. And you want... I can't even remember what you want. Right. Plutonium waste, some other stuff. And if I'm remembering right, just a flat 250% clock speed, which makes 25 fixonium per minute. That's correct. Fan-flippin-tastic. I'm falling. Ow. I guess I flew too close to the sun there. Now, it's vibrant. Vibrant yellows, I can make it. And just yellow, too. There's like nothing else on the Fixonium that really is anything other than just yellow and bright, really. I mean, there's some metal in there, but it's not the point. Not the point. So, now we can talk. Details. We're gonna have these connected in. That's easy. This needs to get connected in later. This is gonna be connected in real easy. So, let's build our basic. Oh, and since I'm going underground, I can just. Oh, yes. Okay. We have a fantastic way to just build. You know, pipe it underground. We don't have to go absolutely crazy. We can just be like, you know, floor. Maybe even closer. 1 second. Am I able to do that? Can I make that work? Yes. Oh, hell yeah. So let's start over here. Start over here with this one. Because we're going to need to use this as kind of our blueprint of how is this going to look, how is it going to work, and everything should be great. Now, we can split both of these things because it's 25 and 25. So the entire system can handle all of our nuclear waste and all of our singularity cells in an instant. So singularity cells, I think, should be the easiest one. First, we could do... We could mini lift. That is very crunched in there, is it not? If I did it on this angle. That makes the mini lift just look a little bit better, so that way it's not so squanched up. And then these don't interact with this at all. Fan-flippantastic. I love it. Now I just need to build this over and over and over again. But it's very easy. So I can just follow the line. It's literally just on this line. Whoop! How does this not have power? What? I just don't have any power over there. I don't know. Oh, wait, and these... Oh, no, I'll make it come all from the same direction. I was about to say, I'm like, I could make this not come from the same direction, but I will. Just because it's going to be easier. There we go. This part first, I suppose. Add the little lift, the little mini lifts. Mini lifts away. Whoop, falling. And I'll get these painted and beautified a little later. Whoop. Like, I'll pretty it up a little later when it's not as bored, because we're not even going to get to connect this into the system yet anyway. We just need to have it ready and in place for when we do run all the crap, and it can go and do its thing. Hopefully by the time I get the singularity cells up in operation and running, and this we can also put down in front of all of these as well. Oh, and I'm gonna need to run power through here, aren't I? Well, I'll get to that in a second. I'll get to power in a second. I should really do power, like, sooner rather than later, because I keep falling on stuff. There's now all of these have access to power, so now I'm not going to fall. We can also steal this power. Can't do right there. We can do like this. That more middle. That's more middle. Keep it more middle. Keep it more centered. Bum 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 ba-dum. Place. All right, let's see here. So our systems are looking good, working the way that they're supposed to. There we go. So now these will all have access to power. They're all still working at 100% efficiency? Yes, they are. Fantastic. It's these far ones, the ones on the very end of the line, that fear me the most. Because, you know, obvious reasons. They all seem to be working. Let's get the pipes done, and then we would be good and or happy about this and its placement. Then I guess I could get the output set up. The output's going to be Fixonium, which is going to, you know, go off into God knows where. Somewhere over there, probably. Because Fixonium needs to go into the big systems, which are going to be a huge hassle. But I can get it set up right now to just at the very least, you know, collect. Or say where it will collect, I should say. Whip. we can make this all the same color. Whoops. Zip on through here and get this all figured out, up and out, whatever. Okay, so this system is now done. Kind of, maybe, sort of. It's just a matter of connecting this into here eventually. And the other thing was the plutonium waste. Right. So, I'm thinking plutonium waste goes down on the bottom. So I will... first do it like that. Sure. Why heckin' not? And that connects that system to that system. Get a nice cool looking loop right there. I think that would be neat. Right into a mini lift, and then the mini lift goes right into this thing. Sure. It's a weird looking loop, but it's fine. I mean, it's not like I got anything sitting in here, so, you know, whatever. That's going to be one of those. The dark matter crystals are going to be coming from underneath. Everything's going to be coming from underneath. Okay. Let me color code at least these couple of things, just to remember, you know, which ones are the which. I already lost the color for that one, so... But now if I get rid of that and just put that right there, shabam! Now this will maintain until it clogs up, and I do want it to be kinda clogged. Not entirely clogged up. But you'll understand what I mean when I turn the whole system on, right? Oh shit, it's getting... So I need to disconnect the power before it starts sucking those up, because I want there to be a reserve to make it so that way this line is clear. to make it so that way these can actually run at that 100% efficiency without having like a clogged up system. It'll make sense later. Other stuff, not so much caring about, but it'll be fine. So that's set up. This will be set up once we get everything else. Once I actually get those things organized and ready to go. So let's go finish this bit right over here. So let's get these connected into that. We'll get the dark matter crystals connected into that. And then we'll get the plates connected into that. And the concrete connected into that, which the concrete should be very easy. Oh, wait. Every single one of these is going to need its own individual concrete input. I forgot, these things take like, how much is it? It's like 800 concrete per minute. Same with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, yep, I don't have enough to do this either. So that's going to take a little bit more thought. But I have a plan. I have a plan, don't worry, we'll figure that part out in a minute. Okay, going back to here. Getting the dark matter things. Get the dark matter crystals done and situated. Get these things connected into that. Those will start running, make the dark matter crystals. Let's get a line for the dark matter crystals over there, which, let me just travel through this electricity. Everything's fine, cool, fantastic, okay. There should be, like, nothing standing in my way. Absolutely none. And it looks like it's just right there, so... One thing I do want to be aware of, though, is I do not want to have to cross a whole bunch of other things later. So, let's be very careful about where this goes. Oh. One second. Let's have a look. What the hell is that? Oh, that's the diamond input. I'm like, what the hell is that square for? That's the input. Okay. Let me make absolutely sure what I'm working with here. So, these 4 are just going underground and being pipes. So, pipes is fine. They're not going to overlap with anything. Okay. The pipes are not going to overlap with anything. But this thing does coincide with that, which is annoying, which means I'm going to have to go that way. And go around them. Oh, you piece of junk. Oh, I hate when it does this. I still don't understand why it does that either. I haven't figured that bit out. Why you do that? We'll never know. But it do, in fact, do that thing. Now I'm gonna need room for like 8 pipes. going underneath here. This is the wrong thing. That's that thing. Okay, that's workable. By simply going right here. Whoops. Then the pipes can go right here. This can come from right there. Concrete will come from right here. And everything is fine. Concrete and plates will come from right here, and everything will be fine. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so that's done. So now, let's... Well, I should say, now that we have the... excuse me. The connection for that done, let's go over this way. We'll get this stuff connected into that system. That system will turn on. We'll start putting crystals into that system in a very similar fashion to all the other whatever I've already talked about. Oh, I haven't colored these anything yet. Okay, that's fine. Whoops! Whoops. I screwed up. The input's right here. Well, luckily I noticed something wrong before I finished all of them. Luckily I figured it out before that would happen, so now we need to figure out... Okay, so now we need to... Let me do this just so I can make certain that it all comes out of the splitters and everything. Yeah, I put that straight into a merger. My bad. Whoop. We'll just collect it all out. Everything will be fine. Okay. Now let's get this set up again real fast. about as close as I'm gonna get, I think. Yeah, I didn't put any into that system. Just making sure. Finish. Whoops. Okay, I don't think, oh, I did hit one weird one, but... Okay, the input is right here. Let's do it that way. Instead of the way I did it, which was wrong. Damn, but those things make fast. Then we'll go get diamonds here in a second. As soon as I get these all connected, we'll go get diamonds. Or maybe I should go get diamonds right now. Maybe it doesn't matter because the 4 things that need the diamonds are now connected. Okay, yeah, we will go get the diamonds right now. Okay, so now we go get the diamonds. The diamonds are gonna go... let me just go from this side because that's gonna make my life a little bit easier if I just go from this side. So that way I know where I want the outputs of these to land. So that way they don't interfere. So like these outputs I might need to bring out a little bit more. So that way they don't interfere with that when I take them underground. So... let's go find that out real fast. That should be the first 4. Yep, that's the first 4 connected into this system, so they're making. Though they're not making because I accidentally broke the system. You know what? I just gotta do it. I only did it to the 3. It's frustrating. But you see how there's like one thing of Sam there? Ugh. No, not that thing, that thing. All right. Let's start over here. Son of a biscuit. Alright. Let's start over here. It's not one problem, it's another one. Now it's already connected. Good. All right. And this can just go directly across, basically, and just go right into that. See, that one's making. This one's doing as it's designed to do, I believe. Yeah, this one's working just fine. Because I didn't screw up on that one. Auto-save. There. Now we hook these up. Now we hook those up, and they're all hooked up, but now we can go get diamond. Now we can go get diamond. Like I said, we'll start from over here and work our way that way, so that way we know what not to cross over. We will learn and know what not to break. Also, I guess that explains why there's so much radiation around that area, is because it's right over the giant line full of nuclear waste. Makes sense. Let's see. Now I am going to pop up now and go, oh my, and go have a look at where my diamond input actually is. I believe it's not much further. I believe it's like just over here. Yep, there it is. So you know what? What the hell? We'll take it underground right here. And it should not interfere with any of these things. Yeah, because it's all the way the fetch over there. Alright then. I'm about to say, please maintain power. Ooh, barely. Barely keeping power here. There we go. Okay, diamonds are going that way now. And that should distribute into the system quite evenly and nicely, I believe. Oh. Do a bit of a slidey slide. Alright, there we go. Now we're connected back into these things. Or we're back up to at least, you know, a power source, and that's great. Wonderful. This will take a few seconds to catch up. But it will. The dark matter crystals are already heading off into the next system all the way over there. And they won't load into the system, which is good. That's what we want. We want this to actually essentially kind of back up, right? We kind of want a backup of this system here. So now, let's talk bringing this over. Need a 4. Whoops. Whoops. That was the wrong thing to blueprint out of existence. Uh-oh. It's okay, I know how to fix that. There we go. I meant to do that to the highway that I just built. Actually, yes. But no. Okay. And that is probably good enough for me to be able to start doing this. Make it look nice. These will all connect, be nice and pretty, and will look something dang it. Yep, so now the dark matter residues from these we'll go underground along some pipes all the way over to there. And only 4 of them are going to do that because the other 4 are going to have to come from pipes built from things made over here. Yay! Ugh. As if it wasn't problem enough. As if there wasn't problem enough to have to put up with all this crap. So now the question I guess I really need to have for myself is, like, here, let's go look at the system again real fast, right? Remember these systems? So these are built, these are built, these are built, and these are doing, and this will be doing. We'll connect this up here in a minute to make certain that it starts going. And then these will be ready to go, with the exception of these 4, because of this. And so then the question will be, how do I want to compartmentalize this stuff? Like, do I want to do that? I mean, we're going to have a blueprint for this, a blueprint for that. You know, we're going to need a ton of different little blueprints for this little part of the project. And it's going to be annoying. But is there any way I can compartmentalize it? In other words, like, is there going to be a way where I say, well, here's a system where we'll build, you know, 4 of these right here. And then we'll take those things and we'll take it to this system over here. Or do I want them, you know, in other words, like, because I need to make 4 of this, right? We need to make 4 of this thing. So do I say, okay, well, in that case, I'll make 4 of these. Like, you know, I'll make this system 4 times and put it somewhere. I'll make this system 4 times and put it somewhere. I'll make this system 4 times put it somewhere and make individual lines for all of this crap. You know what I mean? Like, is that what we do? Do we just make individualized lines for all of the stuff? Because... Also, this isn't gonna work. That's not gonna work, Chief. Oh, so how do I do this? How do I do this? I just have it going into storage to get my numbers right, but now I gotta actually figure out, okay, well, how the hell do I make this, and whatnot? So these are gonna be individual lines of 600, and then this line's going to go into this system and be balanced into these two with, like, an overflow system to go into these systems. Okay. Can I do that? Can I just say, hey, here's how this works? Believe I can. It's like, if I get rid of this. What this means is we're like, okay, take this into here and take this into here. And then this needs a splitter. To do what, though? That's the problem. Or do I have to... Oh, shit. How am I going to do this? This is... Ugh. Alright, this is more annoying than I thought. It's more annoying than I thought. Because... Okay, here's what we would do. We would do like this. We would do like this. And then we would do... Yeah, this is going to be a thing I just have to build. And you'll see why I just have to, like, put it together when the time comes. Because essentially what we're going to have to do is build this in such a way that it's like, this one goes into this one goes into this one. And then the overflow of those two things goes into this one. And, or it's like this into here, this into here, this into here. And then overflow funnels out. So all of our overflow leaves this and goes to here. So it's annoying, but that's gonna have to be the way to do it. So going back to the main question, is there a way that I can say, hey, like, this could be its own system, but can I fit, like, this malarkey into a system somehow? Like, can I just take this right next to here, like, two of these next to two of these, next to two double man stacks of these, next to a stack of three of these, by a stack of three of these? Like, I don't know. That could be a really cool way to just say these 5 machines are all inside of one little, blueprint mechanism, right? So let me see what we can do about that, because that sounds kind of cool, if I'm being honest. Like, if I could compartmentalize, I can fucking word today. I'm gonna say fucking a lot. I can word today. So, let's go see what we can do here. Okay, the nuclear pasta is finally getting backed up. That's good, because we know it will work once it goes into the system. Okay, so we need a couple of blueprints to fit inside of here. Can I fit as much of that into this little box as humanly possible? And by doing so, like, well, I mean, we'll stack upward. We'll do like that, right? So, like, if I look at the plan, we need 2 constructors making circuit boards. Okay, so what do we do? Can I build these into a blueprint? No, I can't. Okay. So if I were to go to here. And we said, okay, here is our first initial. So we can use these in place of, this is like saying, hey, this is where those things are going to be coming from. So if I were to do like this, then we would build an assembler system, like right here, right? And we can just put that in place. And for all intents and purposes, we would say like, oh yeah, don't worry, like there's a... kind of like how we've always done in the past, where we can be like, okay, let's squish this into here. Line it up proper. Oop, it's not even looking in the right direction. It's not even looking in the right direction. Whoops. That's better. But, ooh, wait, no, this could work out great. Oh, because that's a splitter. Okay, now watch this. So we have this as our, like, you know, on some stuff's got to move. Okay, so pretend this is our going up space for where supplies are going to go, essentially, right? So what we do is very, very similar to what I just had, which is a splitter going like this. I believe is 4, might be less, might be more. Son of a bitch, why does this thing just refuse to appear on the side that it's designed to do? Okay, and I need 3 of these, I believe? 2 of these. Okay, just 2. Just 2 of these. So then what we do is we overlap this. And we do it so that way it doesn't do that. Do like that. Got the Lucky Bamboo Lego for Christmas. Finally had time to do it. It's neat. That sounds like fun. Wait, what's the Lucky Bamboo? Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Lego. Are we just, like... Oh, I like that one. That one's neat. It's even got, like, its own little dish kind of thing. Is our modern age, like... In our modern times, is our generation just saying, I don't got the wherewithal to take care of actual plants. Ergo, Lego. Like, we're just doing Lego instead. Lego plant, best plant. I want the chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum one would... Chrysanthemum Lego would be neat looking. Okay, and now... Watch this. So... I can build... essentially... a vertical splitter... for these things. Will it let me do that? Hold on. It's really difficult to... Oh, but not without it looking really ugly because it's gonna cross through itself. It's gonna clip through itself. Oh, damn. Hold on. There is a great way to do it like this. Can't be nudged. Damn. Hold on. There's gotta be a way I can do this. To the point where I'm like, hold on, I want like a... go like this. And there we go. Now we have a stack system for my... Let me get this exactly right. This is circuit boards. Okay. We're going to be doing the best recipe for that. And those are overclocked at what? Essentially, that's a really weird number. 142 and 6/7. That's a really ugly number. trash those. So what's my 142? Easier way to do that is just, what's 25 divided by 2? 25 divided by 2. 12.5, okay. Yeah. So, oh, that's a really ugly number. But, so that takes care of that. And then we would merge that and move it into the next system, literally right next to it, which, is going to be the double man stack side of things. Now, we are going to need a set of constructors as well inside of the blueprint. So, that's 2 inputs coming here and just going into this system, right? That's like the equivalent of 2 of these things. I probably could have moved this a lot closer to the edge now that I'm looking at it. Shit. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I'll figure it out in a second. Figure it out in a second. So, okay. Then... oh, damn it. I'm not going to be able to do that. You want to know why? Well, can I? 1, 2, 3, 4... no, I'm not going to be able to do it this way. Damn it. I'm not going to be able to fit it all into the same once-it thing that I want it to. Damn. And I kind of liked the look of this, too. I kind of liked the look of this little thing and how it would work. Maybe I'll figure... I mean, maybe I can keep this. If I keep this and just say, no, this is for the Fixonium circuit boards... maybe. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I just say, no, this is Fixonium circuit boards. Everything's fine. And if that's the case... I don't... So this is making circuit boards, and it's... that's where the Caterium go, and then the plastic goes in this one. It would look kind of like that. Then we'll just merge our output. Like that. If I'm being honest, I can probably get a little bit closer. Yep, we could get closer. Now it looks, you know, kind of neat. Oop. And that would be our circuit boards for Fixonium. Fixonium circuit boards. Look like that. I don't like this jutting out space, but we could probably put power down right in here. Make it work like that. And that could be pretty. Yeah, this side lines up real nice, like. This side, not so much. This side kind of bulky, but... if we keep power back there, it probably wouldn't be too bad. But here's the other factor. No, I can't. I can't have it loop... oh, no, I could have it loop around, couldn't I? Shit. I can have it loop around because, have a look. So, my plastic number right here, that could fit, and that could do all of the what's it. Right? Like, these 9 fill these 2 things, and I have enough, one line of plastic fills all 4 of these main systems without any problem. Because it's enough. Man. So, as cool of a design as this is, it does me nothing. It does me no good existing. I'm sorry. Which means we're just going to be using probably the nuclear circuit board recipe, which I have somewhere in here, and it builds into 4. How many circuit boards are actually going through that system? 25 is all? Oh, and that's going into that. So this is... wait, where the hell is this number? It's right there. Oh. Okay. How much is this outputting? Oh, you've got to be kidding. Oh, you've got to be kidding. All right. Damn it. All right. Damn it. I found a problem. I found a problem in the what's it. Hold on. Look at the... I found a problem in the plan. Found a problem in the plan. Anybody see the problem in the plan? It's this one. It's this one. What's this? What's all these numbers together? 1,232 units. I can only transfer 1,200, so that's going to be a problem. Which means... that I need to redo some level of figuring this out and say, okay, well, what if I just don't, you know, what if I just do these 2, and then this is its own separate thing? So clear all those connections. So what if I were to say, okay, I need 2 systems similar we'll just have that come out of here with the same thing. And I say, okay, I want this to feed this and this. And I want this to just feed this. Nice even number, 250%, 5 of them. Fantastic. And what about you? It's the highest you're willing to go. 4 for that one at 200, and a god-awful looking number. Well, it's much easier to calculate and count this and say, you know what, I want 482.14. I can just type that into, here's the amount that I want. And it can go into these two systems. That's an easier setup than what I had going trying to split it all into one individualized thing. So, oh, it's annoying still. It's still very much annoying. But, oh, okay, hold up. Hear me out. What if... No, that's like 400 and something. Oh, no, yep, I gotta do it this way. So that's like 400 and something. It's completely different setups. I was sitting here wondering, I'm like, oh, well, what if I just had it all run into this system and everything will be all right and fine? Which I can do. So let's try that then, because how many? I need 4 of these. Hold on. Let's... times 4 means I need 8. I need 100 circuit boards per minute to feed the entire system. Which means I only need 3 of these to do that. Okay. We only transport out that much. We only need that much plastic for the whole system. That is very workable. I could probably pull that off. Fine. This system is very, very, very similar in the sense that it's like, I need 8, 400. It is too much of this. So, what if we do like that? We merge into a thing. There's my merger. Okay. We only need 400 for the whole system. Fine. Okay. Wonderful. Next thing that's up, though, is this one. Times 4 means I need 16, which means we're probably only going to be able to do... No, we're going to have to do sets of 4 for every single one of them. Stop that. Stop that. But all the circuit boards can go into here. All the pipes can go into something else later. It can... What about this? If I did this and I said, and I made this 12. Not quite, okay. So we'd have to do 6. 5, actually. Wait, yeah. And this makes enough... of this. We have another merger. Move this out a little ways so I can actually see all my numbers. So that does that, and then we have this doohickey. Just taking all of this. Up that to 250%, that means 10. To make a grand total of the exact amount that I need. Fantastic. And these actually go into making a whoop, and let me just whoop and swoop this. Let's move this. That goes like that. Everyone's happy. Good. Then these go into, we'll just do another merger. Bam. This was, I believe I was just doing some very bog standard silica setup, which that's not right. I think 8's a cleaner number. Like that. Okay. This is all working and looking nice. Now, the 750 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different things of 750 means 6 times 750 is that. Divide that by 1200. 4 lines. Yeah. 3.75, actually. 3.75 lines to feed all of this. Now, I don't want to have to go through the whole rigmarole of figuring out how to do that. Right? I just don't. I don't want to have to go through figuring out, well, how much to make 750 into a single belt and just do that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 goddamn times. Because it's not only 6 times, it's many times after that, because I also need Caterium to do other things. This is just the Caterium I need to make this part. Ugh. This is basically this. So this system right here is basically this that we got going on for all of the systems. For all of these systems. That's all 200 of these, right? So if I did 750 is such a shit number to have to work with, too. Huh, but let's see. If we did that. If I did 4 lines and we overflowed all of it. If I did 4 lines and we overflowed it. If I did 4 lines and we overflowed it. Let's have a look. So, if it would look messy. That's part of the problem. No, it couldn't. It wouldn't actually look too bad. I can make it look much, much cleaner with a proper, like, overflow split system. So we did 1 line, overflow, 1 line overflowed, 1 line with an overflow, 1 line with an overflow. That means we have 4 lines of much. I don't know. But then all the overflows just went to these 2 systems. Like, let's see. So I need in total here. If I were to say all of this quick wire. I'm not doing fuse. I don't have enough copper. I have no copper anywhere to spare for this project. So, like, copper may as well just not exist for us right now. We only need 900 ingots to make this work. Okay. That's very, very useful to know. 900 ingots to make this whole thing work. We can do that. By doing that. And if we were to, say, 250%, delete that, copy. Now that's 4,500 and whatever. So we would essentially have to turn it into 4 lines. So if I clear that connection, what this means is we would have to do clear all this connection. This goes into a container. How much was this? Hold on. 8. Okay, let me put that in real fast just so that way there is no giant confusion. This goes into a container. This container now says, oh yeah, I've got that 900 you asked for, boss. Fantastic. That's all I care about. You got the 900 I asked for? Awesome. Which means this now gets split into 4 lines. And those 4 lines need to do... Oh, let's just do it like this. We'll do a storage container real fast, like, just to find out what our actual big number is. Big number is going to go swoop real big time. It's not telling me a number. 4,500. Okay. What's 30 divided by 4? 7.5. So we have 7.5. If we did it like that, still doesn't count for everything. 8, 8, 8, 8. Still doesn't account for everything. Oh, did the game crash? Guys, I think my Satisfactory crashed in the background. Whoops. Yep, sure did. It sure did. While I was sitting here modeling, it struggled. Well, ain't that just a crying shame? Somewhere around there. But it's not enough over here, so it's still one of those like, well, we're in a bit of a pickle. So I can't do more than 8. 8 is what we have to have. Delete that. Delete that. And then struggle to understand anything. Okay, seriously, like, yeah, I know, Satisfactory crashed. Just close already. Like, Satisfactory is like, oh, we crashed, but it's not closing. There it goes. Like, what the hell? That was weird. Let's try to get this back up, I suppose. Why on earth would it have done that? Well, whatever. It's fine. Everything's fine. We'll just fix it. No one will know the difference. 1 second, it's going back up. Man, I'm gonna have to sit here and think tank this setup quite a bit, aren't I? Because this whole Caterium nonsense, this quick wire nonsense is going to be a real burden. Unless I do get the copper, unless we do it the copper way and we do it the fused wire, life might get a little bit easier. Maybe, question mark. Let's see. Alright, we're back here. Fantastic. And it doesn't look like I probably lost much of anything. Good. I'm gonna bring us back to here for a second. Just because, what if we did do the fused wire? Right? Like, what if we did? Just a hypothetical. I don't want to, because it means we would have to make a ton more copper. Ugh, look at that. It's so much more copper. I can't do that. I can't. I just can't do it that way. It's going to be way more of a problem than I want it to be, and I don't want to put up with it. So, what if I did this and just said, okay, every single one of these things requires 750. Except for this one that only needs 3. I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more of these. So what if we just did it this way? Then what? Did I not do it right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I only made 5. I need 5 more. I only did 5. And it takes that many. Okay. Storage container. This means that I need a grand total of what? 958, 956, we'll say. That's not even close to what I said to do. About 27. It's 27 divided by 3? No, it doesn't. Not really. But that does. That's how we have to do it. That's how we have to do it. But I would prefer to not do it that way because just going from ore to Caterium is really inefficient. So... crank it up, all the way up, all the way up. Okay, not quite 12. This would work real clean and easy like. This would take care of all of this crap in an instant. And that might be the call. That might be the right way to do this. Because, ugh. You know what I mean? Like, to do it almost any other way would be an absolute headache. Then we can do that, we can do that. And honest to goodness, we could, this would be really easy to just be like, oh yeah, it's one line of, everything goes into these, but these just split. That's an easy enough thing to fix and do. These, very, very annoying, actually. Oh, shit. I have to remember my water is limiting me to things. Oh, damn it. Is it literally just 3? It's 3. Shit. That's what it would look like. That's what that would look like because we can transport the whole thing. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, it's so hideous. It's hideous, it's disgusting, and I hate it. But it would be enough to do this bullshit. Ugh. All of this just for 200 of these at a time. That's what this is all for, is 200 of these at a time. After that, I don't have to worry about this at all. Now it's just a matter of these things. And that's going to be a whole kerfuffle all on its own. So... annoying as it may be, I build this one time, I build this 4 times. Not the worst thing I would have to put up with. If I'm being honest. You know what I mean? Let's move this out a little bit so that way we can see my numbers and whatnot. A little more. Okay. So all of our numbers are now uncovered and clear. Everyone can see lots of 750s, 300s, blah, blah, blah. Everything's fine. Everything would work out. Doing it like this, it looks clean. It kind of is. It's messy. It annoys me. But what are you going to do? But what are you going to do? You know what I mean? Like, there's no nice way around it, really. There's no real nice way around it, unless what I did is I said, hey, instead of 750, make this 800, and then we just overflow into this system. So we add an extra, 1, 2, 3. It would only be 300, so nope, it'd have to be higher than that, because we need 428 right there. It'd have to be higher, but I don't want to make it higher. I don't want to put up with it. I don't want to put up with this crap. This stuff annoys me. It annoys me. It's hideous, it's ugly, but what are you gonna do? So, next thing's up on the docket then, as far as things that I need to do. So, that's all nice and connected now, right? Right. We're gonna have to, at some point, bring those pipes all the way over to here, as well as figure out where the pipes for the other things are gonna come from, eventually. Right? Right. So what do we do in the in-between? I mean, I've got some space right here, right, that we could make those electromagnetic rods with all of whatever I was just showing off right there. If we brought... is there enough space right here for essentially that all over again? I don't know. I don't think so. It's not all of that, but you get my point. It's like, it's not far off. Because there's a lot of machines. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 33 machines of just Quickwire. Not to mention the other grundle of things and all the resources I gotta actually bring up to all here. Well... Interesting dilemma. An interesting dilemma that I have here. This is going to be so much more work just to get to this next single phase up and running. There's just so much to do. Not to mention that there's like 16 double man stacks all making high-speed connectors that need to go somewhere, and another 10 things making stators that need to go somewhere. Another 8 constructors. All going towards circuit boards. Like, it's not... This is not small. This is not small. As much as I want it to be, it's not. And that's causing me a bit of a confusion and a whatever. Like, you know, I mean, space. Space. I mean, look, I could do a bunch of that right here. We've got the room to do it. But how would I go about? How would we go about? Now, and that's just a constructor. So I guess what I could do is we could say, hey, let's make a constructor for our our Quickwire. We could do that. That's Quickwire, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So if I were to go and say, okay, well, let's go make a thing for the Quickwire. Quickwire would be pretty simple, not too crazy. You can make it work. Everyone would be happy. Are you guys just, like, not able to output fast enough? Is that why you are clogged up? Yeah, you are. That's the reason why, huh? Interesting. Well, whatever. So if I were to come into here and say, like, okay, this is our, you know, our Fixonium, what's it? Two, 3, 4, 5. That is not that much space. If I had to line up, you know, how many of these did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Basically 7 of these, yeah. So if I had to line up basically 7 of these somewhere, that's not a crazy amount of space to take up. In fact, I'm pretty certain that would fit inside of there without much problem. Input go in one side, output go the same direction. So input, output, everyone's happy, everyone's, you know, no one's complaining. And those who are complaining are just upset about it. And it would look like that, just many times over. You've been making quick wire, and I believe it's just a flat 250 overclock. I believe it sure is. Means we have an output of 700, let's see, 300, yep, 750 quick wire per minute. Very workable, very doable. How did these not get colored properly? That was weird. You know, very clean, very quick, very simple, nothing to it. And what we could do is we could just be like, oh yeah, let's just, you know, put our power all the way down here. Do I want that to be a bigger pole? I think I do. As annoying as that may be, I think it would serve better if it was in a bigger pole. And we essentially just replicate that a bunch of times. We have our input, everything would be fine, people would be happy, and the people who are mad can stay mad. So that's... Let me do... We're gonna call it the Fixo... Quick wire. Quick wire. This is the Fixonium quick wire, which is different from the nuclear quick wire. We're gonna make it kinda like that. So let's clear that, and let's steal that. I'm gonna go over here to where we kind of have maybe a plan of... That's where all the other silicon was! Holy shit! I've been wondering where other silicon was supposed to be coming from. It's literally supposed to be coming from right here. The overflow from right here. God damn it. Well, that's just going away now. Because I've already fixed that other problem. Ugh. Well, that other problem is already fixed, so I guess I don't need to do that anymore. Great. Okay. Let's go. See how much room this takes up. Not very much, right? Like, I could easily fit 6 rows of this in here without batting an eye. And once these are actually, like, gone, because they'll probably, hopefully, be used for something, then we'll be fine. Speaking of, like, being used for something, where is all of the rubber that I was making and being told, hey, you need rubber for all this crap? Are we using all of it somewhere? Where does it go? Radio control systems, insulated crystal oscillators, and recycled plastic. Yeah, we're supposed to be using, like, all of our rubber already. And I believe that we are, because this is one of the ones making rubber. You make rubber. Oh, Nightmod. Oh. How's it going, Nightmod? How goes your day? Is this also rubber? This is also rubber, and it's already being used. And this is rubber making and being used. This is rubber being made and being used. What the hell? Why is rubber... Interesting. Lazy week. I don't want to do nothing. I agree. Like, I tried to get some work done today. Didn't really work out, if I'm being honest. I kind of looked at it with like, I'll get to it later. And I didn't. I did not get to it later, in fact. But I certainly made the attempt. Or whatever that is worth. I guess aluminum casings. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Did I screw this up? Did I screw this up? Uh-oh. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I did. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, that's annoying. What up, Toscan? How's it going? Do all the things. But it's one of those weeks where it's like doing all the things takes so much effort. And I get it. I do. That being said, though, have a minor, very, very small problem here. All these radio control units aren't being used. Are they all supposed to be being used right now, though? Yes, they are. So why are we having issues? Why is there something gumming up the monkey? All the things. I have that book, by the way. Hold on. I have that book. Let me go get it. Emily. What's her name? I think her name is Emily. It was Allie. Not Emily. Allie. I was close. I was close. Yeah. I was close. Yeah, the hyperbole and a half. They have a... Since she's, like, retired from the thing, she put it all in a book. And that's where all the things... And they're great. Like... It's such a good little book. It's all the comics, all in a book form. Isn't it lovely? Is it lovely? I have a comic book of hers somewhere. Not sure if it's the same. I don't know. I mean, it's got all of the comics, all of her hyperbole and a half ones. I have another one of her books as well, but... This one was, you know, fantastic. Such a good book. Anyway, I found a small problem in the system here. The main problem being this number means that you know, there's 400 extra, and that's bad. So, what that means is I need to figure out how to fix this. Good reference / prop, though. Kudos. Yeah. As if, I mean, look, I knew exactly where it was on my bookshelf, because I know where all my books are, generally speaking. I just like all the colors you got going. Yeah. Oh, all of my colorful systems. They are pretty, but yeah, the problem is that much aluminum, 1200 aluminum only supplies 6 of these machines, not 8. it can't supply 8. 8 doesn't work. So I need to figure out how to fix that. And I don't know how right now. Like, I don't rightly know how without tearing this whole system apart and rebuilding it. Oh, that would be so annoying. Actually, would it be that bad? It might not be that bad. It might be that bad. It might be that bad because I grouped them in groups of 4. Oh, damn it. Alright. So maybe it would be really annoying because I would essentially have to say, oh, I can't have 4. I need this in groups of 6, not 8. So, queries, okay. How did I screw that up? How did that get screwed up in the system? Hold on. These are making these things? Did I already delete that somewhere? I might have. I don't know if I did. I did not. Hey, wait a second. Oh. Oh, that's what I did wrong. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Turns out, I have double the amount of these things that I need. I only need 8. I only need 8. Why I built 16, I have no idea. Why I built that many, I have no clue. But that's the reason why I don't have enough aluminum going into the system. That explains a lot. So you know what? We're just gonna have a gap here, I guess. I no. Like, because I don't want to have to go underneath and fix all that crap. And yeah, we're just gonna have a gap. We're just gonna have a gap there. And everyone's gonna be like, huh, that's a weird space right there. Yeah, it is a weird space right there. Fight me. What are you gonna do about it, huh? That's what I thought. Nothing. Alright. Now, why are some of these things still making? None of this should still be making. Except, why are you still making? Like, you're full. How is it taking these things this long to catch up? What the hell? I don't know. But we've got this system put in. We got that system completely done. This system's now done. This is just... I don't know. I guess in theory, it wasn't actually using up more of the resources than it needed to be using up. Oh, wait, or is this the wrong system? Did I just delete the wrong system? No, that's the exact right system. 8. Look, here's the plan. Here's the plans, right? What is all this together? 8. So, yeah. Like, that's all correct. I just had double of those for some ungodly reason. So, alright then. Well, I guess that's some space for something, I guess. I don't know. Now there's just a bunch of dead space right here, too. Well, you know what? Whatever. What am I gonna do about it, huh? I'm not gonna fight it. I'm not gonna sit here and choose to fight that. So now I need to decide a couple other things. Fight it. I mean, there's so much to fight, though. Like, there's so much I'd have to actually end up fighting if I wanted to. Man, that stuff's really radioactive, isn't it? I'm down to 73 filters. Okay, so we've got a huge swath of space here. Right? Huge swath of space. I could use some of this space for some of these things that we're about to do. I could. Like, you know, maybe maybe we put our quick wire right here, and we feed it over into a spot over here where we have more machines to take care of everything. Maybe that's what I do. If that is in fact what I decide to do, then what? I mean, I need another, like, platform lower somewhere that does all the things. Hunker the game. Have I not already done that? Have I not already done that, though? I've done so much. What I do need, maybe, okay. You know what we do need to do? You see the big space over here? Where all the water is and everything. What if we came over here? Because, I mean, we've still got a huge swath of area. I want to do, like, Fixonium stuff right here in front of the Fixonium. That's not connected to anything anymore. And I don't know why. Anyway, so, what I want to do... Did I accidentally inadvertently, like, turn something off by disconnecting some of these things? I certainly hope not. All this stuff looks to still be moving, grooving, and doing its thing. You still have access to all the power. Look at how steady that power is, too. Damn. So, we have a space, right? We have room down here. What if I came down here and we built our new resource belt or our new resource stuff down here and brought it up right here to go that way? Like a new bus system where we make all of our caterium and all of our... it's not that much iron, but we are going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Hold on. 12, 13, 14 nodes of caterium with a whole bunch of things, like, you know, off of that. It would be a lot of things off of that, actually. It would be so many things off of that. Like, actually, I'm looking at my plan. Look at this. I'm looking at my plan right here, and there's already a screw-up. Look at this number. Can't do that. Can't do that number. So what do I need to do? We need to highlight. Whoops. And make it look like that. But that's suddenly too much. Why is that suddenly like 300 too many? There, that's fine. That we can work with, right? That's workable. But we still need all those nodes to be able to build. So, this is the thing we need to build, like, many times over. Buy one, get 300? Mm-hmm. One node makes 600, actually, technically. So one node makes 600, and that's another 600, and then there's a 300 in there somewhere. But the problem is I need... So the problem is that this needs to go into a container. This one. This needs to go into a container. This one. Then the rest goes into a container for that one. But as you can see, it breaks everything when I do that. What if I did it into a splitter, though? Wait, hold on. What if I... Okay, let's make our... Let's make these connections look nice and pretty. So that way we know exactly what it is we're building. What exactly is it? Stop that. So that way we can look at this and say exactly what we need. And everything works out great. So if I put this into a splitter, and that splitter goes into here, then this would go down into a container. No? No. All right, you don't like going into a container. That's very strange. Okay, then. No, but here's the other problem. See, is like, all of this can go into this thing. So would this then need to go into another splitter? Or actually a merger with this one and then go into that one? Yeah. Now it looked like that. That's how that needs to go. It's hideous. Oh, it's such an ugly little system. It's so hideous. But that's what would be needed to do, because one split can feed both of these, and then this split would need to be like, hey, take the excess, or your overflow, essentially, right? Like, we're smart splittering. Your overflow goes into this merger. This merger takes this one, and that pumps into that, and we still have an excess of 88. Fine. But what if I wanted nice, clean number? Did I screw something up? I did. There. I fixed it. Oh wait, that's why I did that. Oh. No, I don't want to do that. I want to lower, like, the actual required number. Like, how do I make this number go down a little? Not 109, just 9. 9 not enough. Huh. Six? 5? 4. 4. Zero. That's how we do it. We just add more 4s. Doesn't work. We will still always have a little bit of excess. That's really annoying. But essentially what it comes down to is there's 5 with this much. And we do that. So we'd have to replicate this many, many times over. Tis a steel. No, it's caterium. Steel is over here. Except that it's not steel. It's just, you know, iron to steel pipe. In fact, do I even have that alternate recipe? That's a very good question. Let's find out. I'm pretty certain I do. What is it? It's constructor? We do have that. Okay, fantastic. We do have that alternate recipe. So anyway, we have space down here. I could build a platform down here next to, you know, all this water where we can make that stuff. So that way we can be like, oh yeah, let's just, you know, put our water pumps right there and our caterium right here and build the pump for the bus that goes up into here and everything would look fine. Everything would look grand and dandy and everyone would be happy. Hello, Bean! And the question is... The other question, I guess, is also... Hey, Bean, do you know where I can put this platform? I want it to be, like, in sync with the rest of this, so I'm gonna have to probably build a thing, but that's fine, I guess. So all of our caterium can go up this way into a bus system that travels up here and goes that way. But I kind of want to use this space. Ugh. So where would I put it? Where did I put the damn thing? Yo, what up, Shade? How's it going? How are you? Or do I bring the bus to right here? We could bring the bus right here. Because then I could be like, oh yeah, it'll go off that way or something, you know? Maybe just a little bit more inward. So that way stuff can go that way, and stuff can go this way, and stuff can go that way. This could work. But more inward. That way I'm not running into that thing. Or we bring the bus this way and around. Ooh, okay, that could work, that could work. So, we build all of our stuff right here with our water right there, and then we just file it all this way to here. Because we can go up, down, wherever we want once it's on a belt. Once it's on a belt, no one's going to give a shit. Ooh, okay, okay. I see kind of a vision. I'm seeing a vision. But I do need it to be in line with this. So I do need to build some platform. Probably from this corner. Build some foundation. And then we would be able to be like, okay, let's build the platform. Like, right off of this thing. We're just gonna cover up more ocean. Cover up more landscape. So my thought is this, right? If I build this platform, what we would be doing is saying, okay, I'll build it all the way over to there. We get the water from here. We can put the nodes wherever. But we don't need probably even that much space. Like, okay, I only need rows of 10. I need rows of 10 for all of the Caterium things. How many rows do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 4 of these, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 24. 24 rows. Yeah, we might use up that whole line there. But if I were to say... That's 8. Yeah, I could fit 10. I can fit 10 on this. Okay. So we can fit 10 on this little space here. You know, on 3 blocks worth. And what we could do with that is bring all the water from this right side. Oh, I need to sneeze, but it's not happening. And just need to be exceptionally careful to make certain that none of this actually does interact or run into this stuff. So we would build a giant, because we're going to need what? I need iron, quartz, Caterium. That's it. We just need those 3 things. And iron is 1 node. Quartz, 1 node. Super easy. Very, very quick, right? So what we could do is we could be like, okay, let's get our 1 thing of quartz, put it into the belt. Fine. Put our 1 thing of iron, put it in, well, iron's going to get refined into ingots. Bring the ingots, fine, right? Like, I don't necessarily need to do the silica refinement all the way down here. We could do it up there somewhere, but we have the space down here right now. So maybe that's the better option, is to just say, yeah, just put it into the system down here, like the bus. You know, use the bus system, because that's the way to do it. And this gives us enough room right here. We could easily bring this channel over to here. Am I positive this lines up with the... Yeah, I am. Yep, it does. We could bring it this way, then bring it that way. So this would be where the belt line, the bus system goes. So the bus would just bring it to us with the belts. And we could definitely make that work. We could definitely make this work. So if water comes from there, and we just do stuff right here. Yeah. Not bad. Not a terrible way to do it. And I'll figure out that platform and whatnot more later. Because now is not the... I'm dying. I'm falling. Sploosh. Because I'm going to need to get power over there. But we can. That can work. Oh, waterfall. Getting power down there. Pretty simple. Not too crazy. Power down there would be very, very simple and easy to do. We can do all of our Caterium refinement down there, because that should be enough for however many rows I just said. I think that's enough space for it. If I have to build another one, that way we can. But, you know, and then we have our one bus system, just lining everything up, bringing it all over to here, because that is... Actually, if I bring all of the Caterium up here... Yeah, that's a lot of Caterium. So we would bring a ton of Caterium up to this sector to do all of our other crap. Which we can absolutely do. We can absolutely do that. It's fine. It would work. I would just need to label some stuff very, very particularly to make it work. To make certain that things don't get lost when I'm doing all this other stuff. So that sounds like a project for another time. Like, I do not have the wherewithal at this immediate instance to figure that crap out. I'm so sleep. Going to head to bed. Good night, Fade. Sleep well. Congratulations on officially being, like, unpacked and moved in. Oh, we need more concrete. Mm-hmm. We're definitely gonna need more. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's only 14 of how much did I say? 6. I need 16, 20 something, 24 something like that. Jeez, we're gonna actually probably need more room. We're gonna probably need more room. Anyway, good night, Fade. Sleep well. Congrats again. And this is a whole kerfuffle, and there's only going to be more of this that has to go on. Oh, and not to mention all of the SAM stuff that I need to do later, but I'm going to do that not down there. That's just going to go straight up here, because that doesn't need refinement. It just goes into a thing. So, but where the hell am I going to put those? Ugh, there's just so much. There's so much still left to do. I know there was like, oh yeah, like you know, fuel for this, and all we need to do is figure out what to do with the waste. Well, to do all that, we need essentially like another gigantic project to do. So I gotta figure all that shit out. That's gonna be work. So yeah, now we get to figure out where all the stuff goes. Hold on, why was there a yellow light on this thing? Why was there a yellow light on you? What's the problem? Modular frames? Reinforced iron plates. Everything here seems like normal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That seems normal. Why are we struggling over there? Let me see. Let's consult the plans. I technically only needed, you know, 5 and a very small extra, and I've got a full 6 going. We're making... That number's not right, is it? 106. I need 107, basically. And we're making... So I need 72. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times... That's only 60... That's, 0.869 times 6. 71... 71.214. That should be... That's more than enough. Yeah, that's more than enough. So what seems to be the problem? Gonna be setting up a TeamSpeak server, in case Discord destroys itself, by the way. Info will be in Discord. Yeah, did anybody else hear that Discord's, like, ruining themselves with their new policy? Like, legitimately? Could be a problem. I don't know if it will happen in the US. I don't know. Discord is talking about it, and that bugs. But if it does, you know, if it does, we have backups. It's true. If it does, we're always going to have the TeamSpeaks. And, you know, like, look. I just... call me old-fashioned when I say this. But it is my belief that it is not a company's responsibility or fault to monitor who is using their systems. Especially when it's such a widespread thing that just anybody can get their hands on, right? Like, parents need to be parenting. That's where I think the crux of a lot of this problem is that it's parents not being parents. And that, rightly, I think, annoys me. You know? I think that rightly annoys many of people that are sitting here saying, why is this a problem? You know? I'm just going to move this to, like, 12. Like, it is, in my opinion, the parent's duty to be monitoring what their kids do on their phone, on their internet, on their computers, all that crap. Right? It's not hard. I didn't get a phone until middle school when I had sports. I didn't get a phone until I could afford it for myself. Dude. That phone was obviously dumb. Like, I bought my phone because that was the rules that were set to me, which was, we're not paying for your phone. You want a phone? then here's what you're going to do to get it. You're going to go get a job, and you're going to pay for it. And I said, okay. Like... Yeah, that's 72 now. But anyway, it's like... That's how I learned. And... You know, quite frankly, I see no problem with that, and parents just putting, you know, shit down to say, hey, here's how you have to be doing stuff now. Parents need to parent, and parents don't want to parent, and I don't understand it. Wonder if I can steal some of these from... Huh. Let's add those in and kind of flood that little system up a little bit. Let's add this to here, just because I can. There, what if I did like that and try to help this system out a little bit? Now, granted this, I will say, there is a lot of stuff out there in the world that, you know, sure, are parents going to be able to catch everything? No. They are probably not going to be able to see and understand everything that their children are doing. That being said, that's not necessarily like, you know, a bad thing. You kind of need to just let your children grow. Let them learn for themselves. I mean, I grew up on the internet, but not like the babies now. Mm-hmm. We had whatever that link is. Oh, and like, yeah, TF2. Yeah. TF2 was its own level of sort of shit show, really. Like, it added a whole kerfuffle. But, you know, and again, remember Second Life? Yeah, I do remember Second Life. What if I made this 13? I remember there were websites back when I was young that was all manner of, we'll just say, predatory environments, right? Like the My Time equivalent of the Roblox situation that we have. Remember Dinky Bomb? I do remember that one too. I'm trying to think of, we had Neopets, which to the general masses was pretty innocent, but in the wrong hands, a lot of people did a lot of not good stuff. Just saying. You know, it opened up a gateway for bad people. But here's the thing. Yeah, ASL. Oh, the amount of times, like, you're in any sort of, like, video game chat forum, and that pops up everywhere, and people are just like, this is just what happened, right? Sure, it sucks. Sure, it's bad. But let's really analyze the situation and be like, F-18 USA? I identify as an F-18. F-18 fighter pilot. But, like, it's still just as predatory as it ever was. And what fixes that? Maybe just seeing what your kids are doing on the internet. You know, not the pilot. Not the pilot. The machine. The aircraft. I got guns. Exactly. But it's like, call me old-fashioned, but it's the same thing with, I was watching a documentary not that long ago about y'all remember when the PMRC came out? And that was like, Al Gore and his nonsense being all like, we need to monitor what children are listening to because children are listening to awful, terrible things, and the government should be able to monitor what, young kids are listening to. And it's like, no, go fuck yourself. Like, prominent musicians spoke on the matter. And I'm talking like, what was it? Like John Denver even came in and sat down and said, guys, this is a bad idea, don't do it. And I think it was Al Gore who actively said, be like, we were imagining that you would, be on our side with this issue. And John Denver flat out put them down and said, yeah, but here's what you're asking. Like, all this stuff you're talking about, this is what you are actually asking for. And doing this is wrong. Censorship of any kind is stifling. And you shouldn't be doing it. And it was so good. Let me monitor this, make sure that this is actually balancing and not, like, breaking itself, by the way. I just need to make certain, yeah, okay. Things going good. Good intentions and whatnot, yeah. And it's like, well, it was, I think it was Dee Snider who rocked it and basically came in and just said, what's the harm in me looking at the album that my child has bought and listening to it? What's the problem, right? It's like, anyway, actually, good night now. Good night, Fade. Sleep well. I just, I can call me old-fashioned. What have you. I believe that anytime any government comes in and starts saying, hey, we need to monitor X, Y, and Z, or, we're making X, Y, and Z people liable for stuff. Old-fashioned. I stepped away. I don't know what's happening. We were talking about Discord. Do you remember? Have you heard what Discord is doing? With their, facial recognition verification system. So, Fade was saying, might be making a TeamSpeak server. Just to, stick it. But any government body that is now suddenly requiring, essentially blaming a company for someone not following their rules is bullshit. That's all I'm saying. If the government is going to get mad at a company because because someone else said, I'm going to lie and use Discord when I'm clearly not, whatever age that I think it's like 13 or whatever. Or I'm just going to go start joining random servers and talking to all these people and, doing all this, subjecting myself to all these things. Any government body that suddenly wants to blame the company for that happening is wrong. It is not the company's responsibility to make certain that the people using their system are following their rules. It is the person using the system. So, Discord is going public. It's a liability. Think of the shareholders, Ag. I don't want to think of them. They don't want frivolous lawsuits from parents. Then they should, then all the company needs to point out is say, it's in the agreement. I'm sorry that your child lied. I'm sorry that you, the parent, can't pay attention to what your child is doing. It's like, we are not held responsible for, your nonsense. That's just what it comes down to. And then I was relating it to, when the PMRC, with the whole music studios and whatnot, did essentially the same thing. And they were like, well, The government's just making it easier for parents to be able to monitor all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, but you shouldn't do that. Like, any government body that is essentially borderlining on just outright surveillance is not a good thing. So, the PMRC, hearings were fascinating to watch. What with how, they had, I was talking about how they had John Denver come in, and they thought that he was going to, advocate for, good censorship and, good, wholesome whatever, because it's John Denver's, nice, wholesome musician, right? And even John Denver flat out told him, what you're suggesting is censorship, and I object to any censorship of any kind. And I'm like, yes, the man, the myth, the legend himself, coming out and saying, look, my shit was censored. Because someone misinterpreted things. People are going to misinterpret things. You can't, sit here and tell every single person who listens to a piece of music, here's how to interpret the music. This is free expression. This is creativity. Shut the fuck up. Essentially is kind of what it comes down to, you know what I mean? It's as it should be. That's how we should be thinking of things like this. Not with censors and with surveillance and all this other nonsense. It disrupts, it destroys, and it breaks confidence. So, we got movie and TV ratings. We have religious edits in movies. It's all over the place. It is. And, and sure, again, I get it. Some parents don't want to parent. Some parents out there don't want to have to go through the burden of monitoring what their children are doing. Some parents just want to, go home and relax after a long day of work and just make sure their kids do their homework and eat and are surviving. That's kind of all they want to do. And for some parents, more than that is too much. But it's come on. And ratings on games. Ratings on games. It's and I understand that, we want to encourage this idea of labeling something and saying, hey, by the way, if you are under this age, you probably shouldn't be, rocking to this, whatever. I get that. Hence why the rules are in place. Hence why there are rules set by the company that says, we'll use Discord as the example because it's the one that's out right now. If Discord puts in their terms and services and conditions, you have to be at least 13 years old to use our software. Doing so violates our stuff, and we are not liable for what happens as a result. I am fine with someone with a parent getting angry and trying to blame someone, and a court literally looking at them and saying, your child lied, get the fuck out. That's what it should be. That's how it should be. Does it... we need to put the burden on parents more often to say, hey, do the thing. If you object of this stuff, figure it out. Throw a goddamn M on it. Mom still buys Little Timmy GTA 5. You hear stories about that everywhere, all the time, about how some mother is just look, I'm busy. He wants this game. Just, here's the money. Just let me get on with my life. Despite, Mr. GameStop man saying, ma'am, this does say rated M for mature. And mom's just yeah, whatever, I don't care. We're not going to blame GameStop guy. We're going to blame... we're going to blame mom. And then mom, 5 years down the line, is oh, where did I go wrong? Let me tell you, mom. here's where it went wrong. All right? Children are going to explore. Children are going to find things. You can't stop them from doing it. It's what we're designed to do. We are literally built to go tinkering and finding shit out. Stop getting mad when we do. I don't know. It's what they do on PSN, Xbox Live. Try to block porn. You bet we're gonna work around it. Yep. One of my favorite quotes from Scrubs. What's the Scrubs quote? If there was only, what was it? If they took all of the porn off of the internet, there would only be one website left, and it would be called Bring Back the Porn. And it's like, they're not wrong. At least to some degree. I mean, there's a vast majority of the internet that is clearly not that. We all understand that there's more out there than that. However, you're not going to make it go away. You're just not. Same thing happened before the internet. It's like, just to sit there and blame the internet for, like, kids having suddenly access to porn is like, it's ignorant to say the least. Because I didn't have internet, and I still found access to magazines. Like, there's still ways to find those. Kids were doing it back then. Be like, hey, I'll find a magazine. I'll, figure this shit out. Or the same thing falls into, like, you find your big brother's, magazine under his mattress or something. Kids find shit. It's going to happen. This is just the way that it works. Stop trying to stifle everything just because you disagree with it. Is this actually enough of these? Like, none of this is having a problem, right? Only 75%. Maybe a little bit of a problem. And this is steel. So what is slowing down that steel, I wonder? Literally nothing. Huh. It's just not able to keep up? You knocking. Oh, Squidward. Oh, what up, Squidward? How are you? We were worried about you. We were talking about you the other day. I say worried, but you're fine. You're probably fine. I'm alive. Just forgetful. And like I said, we keep tabs on you. We're like, okay, let's, we're keeping watch on you. Making sure. I think I need to... I think I need to do like this, actually. Huh. So I'm running into problems over here. Callus told me. I'll rat him out. He didn't pay. Gasp. Pay for what? What are we not paying for? I'm down for not paying. I'm down for not paying for something. I mean, to some degree, right? Like, I'm what you might call a general, you know, upstanding U.S. citizen who definitely doesn't have any qualms with any, you know, large bodies of corporate whatevers. I'll live. Mm-hmm. Oh, my snitching fee. Oh, that. So here's the story. I got in the mood to play a game offline. Because I'm like, look, I don't want to, like, every game I play on stream is for stream, right? So I can't play Satisfactory in my off time all the time because I want to keep all the good content for stream stuff. Or I can't play, you know, Metaphor in the offline unless I'm doing the level grinding, which I think I've, you know, tapped out on, by the way. Or stuff like that, right? Like, stuff of that nature, I'm like, look, I want to have a video game that I can play in my off time. And so I had the brilliant idea of being like, you know what I want to play right now? I want to play some Sims. I wanted to play Sims. And so, me being the sort of individual who's like, yeah, I want to play some Sims 4. I loaded up Sims 4, and it turns out there's a ton of DLC that I just don't have. Now, I've spent probably a couple $100 on Sims 4 and all their various DLCs in my lifetime, right? And I looked at it and I was like, I don't want to pay $1,000 to get my stuff. I've spent $200 on their video game. I wonder if I can find it somewhere else. And so I looked somewhere else and I found it. I'm not going to say where. I'm not going to say how. This is very much just like in the same vein of the whole, you know, what we were just talking about with the censorship and everything. On the seas. Yeah. In a box, in a container on the high seas. That's where I found it. But anyway, regardless of that, it's not like it's been easy to get either. I mean, I kid you not, it has been downloading for 4 days. And it's not that big, really. It's like 10.5 gigs worth of the stuff that I'm trying to get, you know, my whatever's on. My grubby little paws on. So it's not like it's a, you know, huge grundle amount. But I need to make certain that what I just did is actually, you know, not breaking everything that I was just doing. Oh, lordy, it might be breaking shit. It might be breaking shit. Anyway. It's taking a while. It's all I'll say. You know what I mean? It's taking a minute. But I do believe I have broken this a little bit. So let me see if I have... some stuff here. Oh, I broke it. I was like, did I actually break it? Yeah, I did. But it's fine, it works. It works now, and it's getting a little bit more out than it was before. So I'm trying to just balance the system back out, make it work. Oh, I can also do that by making certain that this stuff is all full. And then what else was I going to talk about? I was going to talk about something, I can't remember. Something. The whole world's falling apart. That's all I can say. You know, that's really what it comes down to. The world is falling apart. It's all our fault. What are you gonna do? The reality is, there's not much you can do. It's gonna fall apart, and we're gonna watch it burn. And once it's done doing that, you know, then we lime. Nope, we got no control over the show. We're just the pawns. Yep. We're just here to see how it goes. That's the best we can do. And frankly, I think that's okay. You know? My heart of hearts, I do genuinely believe that that is fine. The reality of the situation is that we can't control it. We shouldn't try to control it. Trying to do so will just cause more problems. We should just get over ourselves and figure it out. Alright, now I think that has essentially just done the same thing that I just had, but it will actually fill this system rather than what it was doing before. So, yep, now they actually have, like, overflow output going out. Fantastic. Now we'll just, you know, pray that that maintains. If it doesn't, well, we'll figure it out later. I haven't played a scary game. That lime got me. What was he playing? He was doing demos today. I saw him doing some demo stuff. Man, I'm so excited for Friday when I get to play the little 30... They say it's only 30 minutes of scary gameplay, which I'm like, that's fine. Like, you know, 30 minutes of an Amica Games is like a good little amount. Jeremy No demo. Ooh, I don't think I've seen that one. I want more good scary games. Is it just me, or is it just like we just don't get to see as many good walkie sim scary games. Every scary game nowadays is trying to be like, how do we make it multiplayer? And how do we make it, you know, this thing? And so that way they sell not 1 unit, but 4 units. And so they're turning everything into like another Repo or another Phasmophobia or another whatever. It's like, I'm sorry guys, but this isn't what people are after all the time. Sometimes people want a single player experience that just says, here's the scary game, enjoy the ride, have fun, and that's what we're after, right? And I don't think there's enough of that going around. I just don't think there's enough of that anymore, and it makes me sad. There needs to be another Dollmare. That one I enjoyed, but also creeped the F out. Yeah. That one got me good on several occasions where it's just like, here's a scary. I need more stuff like that where it's like, you know, show me the random instance where it's like, all of a sudden, you know, creepy doll does a creepy thing and everyone's upset. And I'm like, yeah, I want that. I want to, you know, have these unique experiences. I want this cool thing. It's like, Dollmare is one of those where it's like, yeah, here's like a series of jump scares. They're kind of random. Here's the fun thing. Just do the thing. It's very fun. I think COVID changed the landscape of games with having everything co-op, since people couldn't really do anything. And it's still not fully back yet. Yeah. Like, well, it's not even to mention that, but I'll agree with it. I'll agree with you entirely. But I also, I'm going to use the term AAA as an example. Despite the fact that it's like, AAA scary games are not really that scary. Let's be honest. They're more action games than anything else, right? Like, Silent Hill is a great example. Big budget, good scares. But I think Silent Hill F did a good job with some of their scares. It'd be like, and here's a moment, but they still like maintain story. But the problem with these games is that it's not about the scare, it's about the action in the story. Because they're like, well, we want to keep our player engaged. And I'm like, engagement doesn't necessarily mean I have to be pressing buttons all the time. Good engagement could mean that I'm walking around this creepy place and a jump scare happens and I'm, suddenly bothered or something. Like, yeah, they can't make them too bad if they want to appeal to more broad player base. Yeah. Which I'm like, look, the AAA games, they're not, AAA scary games are not scary. I'm going to say it. They're not that scary. They'll have, in the grand arc of it all, like they might have some disturbing imagery. They might have a couple of jump scares. But you need the indie game developers to make the layers of fear, to make the phasmophobia, to make these, the Amiga games where, like, the April 24th and whatever. Because I want an enjoyable 4-hour experience where here's a story, here's the creepy, slap them with the puzzles and the jump scares. That's all I want. Is that so much to ask? So I want more indie devs doing stuff like that. And, we kind of get that sometimes, but generally speaking, it's not a thing that big studios do. Because, again, they want to appeal to people. But wouldn't it be great, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had a game like the Amiga games where it's like jump scare, creepy environment, moves in the shadow, find the puzzle. Like, the jump scares are abundant. But wouldn't it be great if they somehow managed to find a way to do that for a 30-hour game? I would be so happy. I would be ecstatic if they managed to do this. But no AAA studio out there is willing to throw the dollars to try to make it happen. And that makes me sad. That makes me sad. So, maybe one day it could happen. But today's not that day. Anyway, I've accomplished quite a, I think I've accomplished quite a bit today. We've got a lot to plan out and do. So, I'll figure that out in the meantime. But let's go to raid. Let's go to the raid. We're gonna go bug timeless, because, haven't raid times in a minute. We raided Larry a little bit ago. We raided other people a little bit ago, so go bug timeless. The last half hour of me just ranting and raving about video games always, sneaks up on us. Oh, I did some leveling in Metaphor offline. I made it to level 76. I think I'm good. I've got a bunch of items, so I think Monday I'll be ready to roll with just like, yeah, we're going to go finish this thing and leave. And then, so, yeah, nice, good grinding. It only took me, less than an hour. It took me less than an hour to get up to level 76, so I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That's how you end. Close to time. Cough, cough. Gasp. Kidding. Sure. Anyway, I had a boss fight. Yeah. Oh, you got into a boss fight and had to... That'll do it. Friday, we'll play the little 30-minute scary game, and then I'll figure it out. I haven't figured it out yet. I haven't figured out what I'm doing. I'll see about Sons of the Forest. I'll see if Grimm's available. But, we'll find out. So until then, guys, the timer's about to go away. Thank you everyone for coming and hanging out. I appreciate you all. Okay, talk to you. Bye.